Alright, that little interruption out of the way. Wah! Hello, Zactaft. Well, let's try dying. See if this resets it. Doesn't appear to be changing it. Hello, Zactaft. Okay. Sure. Hey, there we go. Well, flag end. First of all, ping. Okay, it was doing it a second ago. I watched it. I watched it change. Why is it suddenly not changing? Okay. Hang on, I'm gonna try something else here. Am I a Spyro fan? No, not at all. Spyro sucks. It's the worst game series ever made in the history of Britain. Specifically Britain. It's not doing it again. Okay, so we may have run into a bug which prevents us from 100%ing the game. So that's always cool. We're just gonna move on for now. Figure out what we're gonna do later. Okay. Well, this is off to a good start. Bugs and spiders. Attack me, attack each other. Oh, this game's disgusting, Robostal. But the worst part is, did you know that some people actually like this game? Why, if anybody actually likes this game, they are truly Hitler. Not like metaphorically, just literally, like Hitler died, but then came back to like Spyro. That's how bad this is. You know, I shouldn't make fun in that manner, but the reason I do is because that is exactly the kind of bullcrap I hear people say. We all know that people tend to overuse the word literally, but there's also the fact that people tend to lean really heavily into hyperbole. Like, really heavily into hyperbole. Like this guy.
Please do something about these green druids. They insist on moving everything in sight.
You know, that would explain why the dragonfly keeps eating everything, Robostal. I think that's everything up here. Yeah, so... I was debating... So we need to argue something when more people are on stream. I say argue. We need to debate something when more people are on stream. Interesting. I'm not going to go for that. That's an argument. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Wow. You gotta say it right. Wow. Whoa! Okay, that's a thing that happened. Thanks for this. Anyways.
I hate those bugs. When I become big and strong like you, I'll squash them all.
Until then, remember that supercharge makes you invincible.
You know, why are none of these people helping? Like, we're rescuing all the big, strong dragons, and then they just kind of peace out like, yeah, we're done. Sorry, our soaps are on. I mean, I get it. It's the Nickelodeon thing, but still. I mean, if I had to come up with a lore reason for it, I'd come up with an easy reason. Something along the lines of, they don't actually consider this to be a real threat. So they're allowing Spyro to do this because it's a nice, you know, passage, right? Rite of passage kind of a thing. It's like, well, yep. Nasty did all this, but I mean, and we could easily fix this. But Spyro over there, he's getting old. Like, he's getting there. Let's give him a chance to prove his worth. Well, if that's true DirectD, then that's just straight up the Nickelodeon thing. Speaking as an adult, I agree with that completely, Spark. Yeah, again, that's the Nickelodeon thing, blindfolded birdwatcher. Which, I admit I've never liked the Nickelodeon thing. Even as a kid, I didn't like it. But this is a very Nickelodeon franchise, so that's kind of whatever. Oh my god, Spartan, who knew? Hey, Valerian. Alright, well, whatever. Let's try this. And fail. Okay. I was gonna say, I cannot make that jump. But we're here now, so. You know, that's a good question, Robostal. Hey, we just rescued Diggory.
Try combining your supercharge with jumping and gliding, and really explore the high caves.
I say we have not found hundreds of gems, so... Sorry. Didn't think I could make that. I bet you didn't think I could make that either. Oh, you dick. He knows we're water soluble. He knows our one weakness. Unfortunately for him, it wasn't enough. So I don't know if you know this, Robostal. I've played this game before. In fact, I've even streamed this game before. So I'm quite aware of how bad this is going to get. The negatives will flow. Just picture Buzz Lightyear. Negatives. Negatives everywhere. You. Did we already go up here? Thank you. Whoa, camera. That was weird. Well, this one wasn't really planned all that much. The blindfold birdwatcher, which is why it kind of just showed up out of nowhere. Oh, okay. Hi. Oh, okay. That. Alright, that was very strange. See you around, Spartan. Hi, Hazardous. Yeah, we need more dragon politics in our games. Can we get more dragon politics in our games? All in favor? Wow. Yeah, you gotta say, wow. I can't do it. They say it really uniquely. Wow. Meow. No, I can't do it. I give up. It's impossible. Thank you. Now die. Yep, we need Divinity Dragon, or Divinity Dragon Commander. That's what we need more of. Come on. Oh god, camera, camera. Why would you do this to me? Camera this time. There we go. Where's the... God damn it. Got him. But there's still one we haven't got. And that's that jackass. Okay. Got him. I'm missing 10. Let me guess, it's... yeah, okay. So, wow, guys. Unfortunately, that really does have nothing to do with the games themselves, Robostall, so no, that would have nothing to do with the score. That would have something to do with the score. 50 negatives for failing at that jump. Well, okay, they took longer than I thought they would. 50,000 negatives! God damn it. Come on. And dead. Should be everything here? Yep, alright. Let's see if we can unbug this stupid thing, shall we? So, staircases are working. And they're no longer working. They literally only worked the first time. Did you see that? See that ramp over there? We cannot go up that ramp. It's supposed to go back and forth between a staircase and a ramp. That may literally be a game-breaking bug, because we cannot do this level without progressing past that ramp. And we don't have the ability to kill him without getting up there. And as you saw, it only happens the very first time. So this stage is probably just going to be uncompleted, because we literally can't. If anybody wants to Google that... hang on, I'll get you the stage name. I already forgot it. That's Alpine Ridge Staircase. If anybody wants to look that up. You're kidding, DirectD. Oh my god. So we changed it down to 60 because everything was bugged. But everything was fine at 60. God damn this stupid freaking game. I'm just gonna leave it at 30. I'm just going to leave it at 30. Although, you'll notice... Okay, there it goes. I was about to say, it's still not going! But no, it's... We're good. Alright, so. Back to the stage. We've technically started 4 times now. Oh my god, that is actually giving me a bit of a headache. That is so stuttery. It's almost like it's 30 frames per second now. Oh god, that's awful. It really does flag out. Oh, Jesus. It was so buttery smooth, too. Like, I kind of forgot we had the FPS issues earlier. Because it works great on 60. You know what? Let's just... Next time we encounter a bug, we can turn it back down to 30. There we go. Alright.
Oh, Spyro! You're not afraid of those big, noisy, gigantic, awful beasts, are you?
God, look at that.
Of course not.
Oh, good. I didn't think so.
So I know some people can't tell the difference, but keep in mind that unless you're viewing the stream at full quality, aka 1080p, at 60 frames per second, you're probably not going to notice a difference at all. Especially if you, for example, are viewing the stream at 30 FPS. Please trust me when I say that that difference is huge. The game looks substantially smoother at 60. Like, I honestly don't care if nobody else sees it, because I can tell immediately that this is much better. But I do hope at least someone else out there can tell immediately just the massive difference that is. Even just in the walking animation. Oh my god. Alright, so now that that's dealt with, thank you for looking that up. What am I doing? We fixed the bug, Mr. Red. Now we're dead. Fix the controls? Nope! Controls are unfixable. There's no solution to the controls. Only death. I mean, I'll tell you why. It's because the game was designed for certain consoles. I'm not going to name names. And those consoles tend to prefer 30 FPS. Well, that's not quite what I mean. There's a bit of a graphics versus frame rate war that's been going for developers. No, actually, I'm referring to the PS4, Robostal. The Switch prefers 60. There's a bit of a graphics war that's been going on in the industry for several years at this point, and it is frame rate versus graphics fidelity. And, like it or not, quite a few developers have been leaning on the fidelity side of things. And a logical consequence of that is running a game at 30 FPS is much easier to do if the game... Or, I'm saying this wrong, sorry. Reverse direction. A game that looks really, really good is much easier to get to run smoothly if it's only supposed to run at 30 FPS instead of 60. Someone much smarter than me could probably tell you the gap. But let's just say that the amount of processing power and GPU and RAM and hard drive speed and bus speed and all the other things that are required to make a game run smoothly at, or look good at 30 is so much less than at 60. It's not even half because it's a multiplicative thing. For the reference, I am firmly on the frame rate side of that. 100%. Ignoring the obvious fact that lower frame rate actually kind of bothers my eyes a little bit, that's a bit of a me problem. As I've said earlier today, I grew up in the 80s when 60 frames per second was the norm. As a fresh reminder, the NES and the SNES are 60 FPS consoles. One of the reasons, not the only reason, I never fully got into the N64 was because the N64 is a 24 FPS console. And it shows. But yeah, anything less in my eye, I don't know how to describe it. It's like my eyes can't track properly, you know? Like even earlier when we jumped down to 30, I was having issues. 24 is standard for movies and I hate it. Some precious rare movies will go up to 45. Very rarely will you see a movie or a show that's at 60. Same basic reason, by the way. Different expression, but it's the same reason. A movie file that is 24 FPS is going to be a lot smaller than a movie file at 60 FPS. That's just how that is. For example, and you're probably thinking, but you're at a theater with a reel. But first of all, a lot of that stuff digital nowadays anyways. But second of all, even back in the day, the literal reel would be longer. Like, this is the size of the reel because every frame is a frame, right? So if it was 60, it would be like this big. So that's an interesting question, Blindfolded Birdwatcher. So for those of you not aware, there's something called soap opera mode. Now, soap opera mode looks weird, but that's because soap opera mode is unnatural. It's not actually 60 FPS. It's fake 60 FPS. I forget the exact way it does it, but it tries to interpolate between the frames to make it look like it's actually 60 FPS. So it's literally cheating in the process. And it does look off. I have seen, video films at 60 FPS, and to me, the difference is much more improved and much more noticeable. Now, you're probably wondering, hang on, Lore, if you have such an issue with lower frame rate, why don't you have issues with movies? First of all, I do. But second, and more importantly, as was mentioned in chat earlier, movies cheat a lot. Movies use dozens of techniques in order to try and trick you into not being bothered. What am I supposed to do here? Into not being bothered by the fact that it's going stutter, 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 stutter. Odd. Alright, let's just go back down to 30. We're just gonna live with... Oh, God! Do you see what I mean? No, of course you don't. But some of you do, and that makes me feel slightly vindicated, but that is such an immediately apparent difference. But that's one of the reasons, hi Latario, that frame rates in movies don't bother me as much as frame rates in games. There's actually two related reasons. The first is the aforementioned. You know, games don't cheat when they do 30 FPS. Actually, that's not true either, but I'll get to that in a minute. Games are just 30 FPS, whereas a movie is doing stuff to try and make you not really notice the stutter, right? The other reason is literally a performative thing. A game, I don't know, maybe this is just me. That's a bad way to put that. Maybe this is an issue that not everybody has. That's a better way to phrase that. But I can tell when I can only input once every other frame, or I guess every 4 frames, instead of every other frame, because I've sped run Mega Man and Super Metroid. I am very accustomed to frame timing. So it kind of, it sticks in my brain a little bit when I hit the button, and there's even a most microscopic delay in between me hitting the button and something happening, because I rely on that frame timing, right? So, when I hit the button and something doesn't happen, it throws me just a little bit. It's really, really microscopic, but it's there. And I'm just kind of going, huh? Just constantly, right?
Great work, Spyro! If you keep this up, you'll learn all the tricks of the Magic Crafter's world.
So, I said I'd continue on this. I mentioned that games don't cheat on low frame rate. That's actually a total lie. And I can even demonstrate it. Check this out. Let's turn on motion blur. This is how games cheat on low frame rate. This is why motion blur is the standard in game design and has been for 15 years at this point. Is because it is specifically there to hide the lower frame rate. That's its purpose. I hate motion blur. Hate it. But you can see why that's a thing and why people tend to put that in their games. I turned it off already, don't worry. I turned it off immediately. I couldn't play with motion blur on. That would legitimately make me nauseous. Especially in a platformer where there's a lot of movement going on constantly.
Thank you for
I love his horns. Mr. Red, make up a story for his horns right now, or so help me, I'll fall into this pit and die. So, why do I think developers don't allow console players to change their FOV? I didn't know console developers didn't allow their players to change their FOV. Why wouldn't they allow them to change their FOV? What possible reason would there be for that? Oh, actually, you know what? No, hang on. I actually know exactly why they would do that.
Hi, Spyro.
Oh my god, his wings.
Thank you for releasing me.
I mean, when you need Notepad and you don't got one nearby, you know? I'm already yellow. So, why don't devs allow console players in some games? Hey, Random. I haven't seen you in a while. What's going on? I have a question for you, Random, and I'm dreading the answer. But I do need to ask you. It is something I need to ask, so give me a second. But before I answer that, I want to finish answering the other thing. The reason that some console developers will not allow their players access to the FOV is because that could be used to gain a, quote, unfair advantage, unquote, when it comes to certain competitive games. So rather than even allowing that to be a thing, they just don't. Now, whether that's a valid excuse or not is up to you, but that is the common reasoning I have read about, that a lot of interviews have talked about. It's kind of an interesting topic, really. with most competitive stuff with regards to gaming, we usually have... I'm not going to make this. Oh, nope. We usually have enough decency among the people doing it to come up with a standardized rule set that people agree to for competitions. To use the obvious example, speedrunning. In a lot of speedrun games, there's a bit of variability in, what, like, for example, how good your computer is. And how good your computer is could change, among other things, load times. So a lot of PC speedruns specifically go out of their way to come up with programs or code to avoid load times to make it fair, to flatten the playing field so everyone's playing fair. And that's awesome, but that doesn't really apply when you're playing Call of Duty with 3 random people you've never met before and will never meet again.
Remember that these blue thieves have stolen eggs outside the Magic Crafter's world as well.
Don't worry, I'll take care of them.
Unfortunately, yes, I will. So, random. You have been awesome and invaluable in your help with the highlight reels several times. And as a consequence, I was going to go ahead and ask you if there's a game you would particularly like to see me stream as a thank you stream. Now, I'm just going to hold my breath because I'm scared of the game you're going to pick because I don't... That's going to be awful. But we're going to do it! We're going to do it, by God. We're going to do it. Because that's what we're doing right now. We're doing the thank you streams. We have been for a couple weeks, and we will be for a couple weeks more. And so, I don't really have the money to pay people for the things they've been doing to help me out with the show. So this is my way of thanking you. I shouldn't have looked away. I look away for 1 millisecond to look at chat. Just 1 millisecond. I fall immediately. How many Spyro games are there? Well, there's... And that's all of them, I think. Guys, I'm not going to look at chat. Not going to look at chat. Not going to look at chat. Chat does not exist. Chat is the mind killer. Chat is the distraction that brings total death. Not a lot of places to gain space on this guy. That really sucks. Nope. Actually lost space there. Mention how much I hate these guys. Oh yeah, these two. Oh God, camera. I'm so sorry, Valerian. What do you mean by another go? I mean, I always retain executive veto. Always, always, always. If you ask me to review some game that's 1 billion hours long, I'm going to say no. Because, obviously. Yes, disco, which of course means 0. Well, this is interesting. I like the answer, by the way, Mr. Red. Good job. Just really gonna not screw around with the camera this time. Because the camera has killed me literally 3 times in a row here, so we're just gonna nice and smoothly. Ah! Yeah, exactly like that. Thank you, game, for demonstrating. I would rather die, Latario. Wizard's Pike. Oh, wait. We could turn the frame rate back up. Oh, thank God. Oh, sweet relief. Oh, God, that's so much better. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to be exaggerative, and that's because I'm not being exaggerative. That is so much better. That is such a relief. I mean, that's... Okay, Lothario? Crusader Kings 2 kinda sucks. I'm pretty sure it's actually on the veto list. If it's not, I'll add it immediately. Because I will 100% veto Crusader Kings 2. I will not stream that game. That game is arduous and irritating and frustrating. It's a nice template for what might become a good game, but it is entirely too old and massively saddled by an awful interface. And just interface design, too, as I've described several times throughout my career. Interface doesn't just mean the windows on the screen. It means how you interact with the game, and how it does cross-referencing, and how it presents its information, and readability, and at-a-glance, and all kinds of stuff. And Crusader Kings 2 is one of the worst Paradox games for that. I should know. I've played the crap out of it.
Welcome to Wizard Peak. This is my favorite supercharged spot. Use it to bash those wizards.
So, no offense to anybody who likes Crusader Kings 2. It is a landmark game. It is also a game I would rather rip my teeth out than play. I should know. I've had a tooth ripped out this year. Okay, random. Just let me know. You have one day. No, I'm joking. The sooner you let me know, the sooner I can adjust the schedule. But there's not really any rush. It just kind of depends on what kind of game you pick. Oh, is the Steam sale finally live? It wasn't this morning when I went to check. Like when I bought the... Oh my god, is this game on sale? Because I'm going to be slightly upset if it is. I had to buy this game this morning, as a reminder. So, that sucked. Oh, I'm sorry, Lothario. The game's on sale. The best part is it's literally too late for me to refund it. I have played too much of the game to refund it. Whatever. Nothing I can do about it. Nothing I can do about it. That's just my morning. And yeah, I bought this game full price, by the way. Because it was full price this morning when I needed to buy it. I wouldn't be pissed off if not for the fact that none of this would have happened if not for the fact that my PS4 died. Or my power cable died. I'm still not sure which it is. Either way, I'm not super happy about it. I hope it's just the power cable. Because, holy crap. Oh, I can make that? No, I cannot. Okay, so... That's okay. I have no idea when Steam updates in the US. Why did I pause? Anyways, so we got a debate. So, back in the day... Oh, no, I have to wait till Savicom shows up. But you know, happy ending. Thank you, Vigilant. I will put that towards... hold up. Crusader Kings 3 is funded, Vigilant. Like, it's the 11th game on the list right now. I know that's not literal because it's Quest for Glory 1 through 4. But, and then it's Diablo 1, 2, and 3, and then it's Modern Warfare 1 and 2. But the point is, it's already on the list. That's why that's why I stalled. I was like, wait. That shouldn't be. I'm still grateful, Vigilant. I still appreciate you, but yeah, that's already funded. We're gonna take a look at it. I'm actually really hyped for that, because as much as I, bashed Crusader Kings 2, all of my complaints are on the mechanisms of interacting with the game, not the core gameplay itself, which is awesome. So, I'm looking forward to playing a game that's more modern with the same core gameplay, fingers crossed. I'm looking forward to Victoria 3 for the same reason. Anyways. And thank you, DirectD, very much. Always appreciate those bits, sir. Thank you. Very, very much. And that's going towards the Dragon Age block. You got it. So Lataria says, am I playing No Russian? Why wouldn't I? I mean, we played it last time we streamed it, which was a lore run. So Lataria also asks, why is my question being weird? Hang on, sorry, give me a sec. There we go. What do you think about playing the Legend of Spyro trilogy? I've never even heard of it. What the hell is that? Yeah, No Russian is kind of a plot-critical moment in the series. Even though Modern Warfare 3 screwed it up, but it's still true.
Well done, Spyro. Thank you for releasing me.
I mean, it might even be contentious, but No Russian is going to be multiple positives. At least one gameplay, and at least one story, no question. I have seriously not heard of it. There's only 3 Spyro games I've ever played, and you're looking at them. Well, you're looking at one of them, but you get my point. The Spyro trilogy is all I've ever heard of for the Spyro stuff. It's funny, because I actually played these and reviewed these. But, whatever. So I suppose I wouldn't have anything to say about it, because I've never heard of the games. And, I wouldn't even know how accessible they are, available they are, etc. Let's see. Questions. Evo is not here. Pika is not here. Bamber, not here. Savicom, not here, because we're waiting on her for a discussion. Well, you probably can't, Latario, to be completely honest with you. Because you're asking me about the streamability of a game series I've never even heard of. Unless you count hearing about it 5 seconds ago, which does not count. I don't know what systems it is on, if any. I don't know. Availability, all eggs found. That's interesting. I don't know price point, I don't know anything. I know nothing. There's a reason why when someone adds a game to the list, my first reaction is, what's your backup? Because there are due diligence tests that have to be done to verify that that game is under streamable status.
Listen carefully, Spyro. There's a secret area in the artisan's home world near the waterfall.
Yeah, I already got it. Thanks.
Try jumping on the stones there.
Artisan's homeworld? Waterfall. Sounds good.
Yeah, that's true. Jak 2 is on the list and may need to be culled from the list if my PS4 really is unsalvable. We'll see. Where is my... Okay. Oh, I know, right, Greenwolf? I always thought it was... I always felt weird when people would attack me for liking Modern Warfare 2 over 1. Because Modern Warfare 2's campaign is really good. Like, really good. Like, that game is gonna score bonkers well when we get there, I guarantee it. Lunar SSSC Trihexia. I don't know what that stands for anymore, but that is the version. No, the floodgate posts are the same. So let's use a hypothetical. Let's say right this very second, you donate money towards the show, either through PayPal or bits, like you just did, or whatever, and you say, I'd like to add blah. I will say, okay, what's your backup? And then you will give me your backup, and then later, off camera, when I'm doing my paperwork cycle, I will die and figure out how streamable that game is, and figure out all of the boring paperworky side of making sure that that game can be streamed. Sounds fair. Because Modern Warfare 3 is garbage. Hell, we almost didn't play Modern Warfare 3 for the lore run. Because, I mean... Modern Warfare 3 sucks. And you might say there's a value in reviewing a bad game, and there is. But I suppose the ultimate answer to your question, Lothario, is no one's donated for it. While I certainly have a great deal of ability and power to make a run happen if I wanted to, the ridiculous majority, like 99.9% of streams, are streams you guys have donated for, and you guys have funded. So... The reason we're not streaming Modern Warfare 3 is because nobody wants me to. Well, the thank you streams are only kind of an exception. Because even though I used the power of dealer's choice to make the thank you streams happen, they are still games that are not selected by me. Otherwise, I never would have streamed Fallout 1 and 2. Thank you, Oni T-Y-M-E. Thank you. I will put that towards Days Gone. Okay. So extremely noticing. No, it's actually much worse than that, Lothario. Mass Effect 3 still has good moments, good storytelling, and good game design. Modern Warfare 3 is crap. Modern Warfare 3 has worse mission design, worse enemy spawn design, worse encounter design, worse variety in alternate gameplay design. Honestly, kind of worse gun design while we're on the subject. Worse pacing, much much worse pacing. Like, if I ever thought about a triple negative for pacing game, Modern Warfare 3 comes to mind immediately. And all that's just on the gameplay axis. Favorite moment from Modern Warfare 2? There are two that immediately come to mind. Both are in DC. And that's actually all I'm going to say, Green Wolf. Yeah, Mass Effect 3 was scoring reasonably okay until that ending showed up. Excuse me, that outro. Because really, the whole outro was the problem. Good God. But no, we will absolutely be playing no Russian. Oh, absolutely, Tiny Hippo. The irony is the things that I didn't like about Mass Effect 3 were arguably worse because I was really thinking about them, because it was a review. Secretly, we're playing no Russian right now. What am I missing? Oh, not at all, Latario. Not even a little bit. Either way, sorry, I keep pausing out of habit. Oh yeah, we knew about the Dark Energy plot when I first talked about Mass Effect 3, which was right after it came out. Never mind when I did the lore run, which was a few years later. Where's my... Oh, here it is. Sorry, give me a moment here. Interesting, Disco. Well, first of all, happy birthday. You'd better be having a good birthday, or have had a good birthday. And second of all, thank you for the donation. Oh no, you're absolutely right, Green Wolf. There's a concept I don't like to talk about because it's ironically only really applicable in real life. It's basically what I like to call actually bad. Most people never experience actually bad in their entire lives. And that's a good thing. Because nobody should experience actually bad. But actually bad changes the rules. You know, someone who says X, Y, or Z, almost every single time will find their opinion changed on that when things get into the status of being actually bad. There. So, I have a feeling that, you know, however much, like you say, however much someone says, such and such, you know, the country I live in sucks. If the events of Modern Warfare 2 happen to their country, I don't think they'd be particularly pleased about that. Hello, Yada. So, yada yada. No, how... What extremely obvious thing am I missing here? Well, let's try something. And thank you for the sub. I'll put it towards DBZ LOL. Anyways, so, what would I think about adding Game of Thrones to the Stream of Nations? Immediate veto. Absolutely not. No way in hell. You cannot pay me enough. No. Screw you. No, no, no. Any questions? No, I have not, Mr. Red. I've seen it many times, but then again, I've been playing WoW for a few decades. Isn't it, like, under me? Nope. Where is it? It's that away. Way that away. Sure, that works. Why I would never stream... is that a real question, Latario? Have you ever seen Game of Thrones? Are you familiar with the show? That's everywhere. Except for the boss area, wherever that is. Well then, you have your answer, Latario. Congratulations. If there's a static sound coming from the stream, I might have missed something this morning. Nope. We already did Crystal Flight, thank God. Agent, Dr. Winter. Alright, time for the most incredible boss fight ever made in the history of the ever. Well, I know what my agent would do, which would be try to deal with the incompetency and stupidity of the Galactic Empire as best as they could. By either fixing, improving, or removing it. Take a pick. Hey, get back here. Thanks for the lift. Honestly, my agent would be extraordinarily anti-Palpatine. So...
Thanks for releasing me, Spyro. You have no idea how long I've been trapped in Crystal. And, neither do I. Who are you again?
I'm out of here.
Cool. And yeah, he would be very against the control chip situation in Pyre. Thanks for the ride. Hey Ross, what kind of pizza you getting? Just so you know, if it includes pineapple, I am legally obligated to kill you. With pineapple. Not a pleasant way to go. Okay. Don't think about it too much, Cycloud. It's a myth. Something people tell other people to try and scare them into complacency.
Thank you, Spyro, for recovering so many of our dragon eggs. Hop aboard for the Beastmaker's world if you're ready.
Are you a dragon?
Would you like to go?
Because you don't look anything like a dragon. Super Mario Brothers 1, Dr. Winter. Yes. The swamp. Okay. Okay. We got this. We got this. We're okay. We're okay. We can do this. We got this. Let's type down some notes while we're thinking about it. Well, the good news is it wasn't intended as a pickup line, Latario. The bad news is, as a consequence, as a pickup line, it's terrible. Sorry, give me a second. I'm really thinking about a couple things. That was that one. That was that one. That was that one. This is this one. Okay. Twilight. Easy answer, Greenwolf. Damn you, DirectD! Taking my credit. I knew it. Favorite platformer that's not Mario? Mega Man. You know me, Dr. Winter? You will see a pop-up, Robostall, for any donations that come through. Now, if I have to pick something other than Mega Man, I'll have to actually think about it a minute. But, I mean, yeah, Mega Man's my bag, dude. Twilight really is... So, you know how some things are memingly bad, but they're not actually that bad? And then some things are memingly bad, and they're actually worse than they're memed on? Twilight is worse than it's memed on. The memes make Twilight amusing, and funny, and silly, and we can look at it and laugh, and that's great. But then you actually watch the goddamn films. Like, I've covered that on this very show. A lot of people meme on Mega Man X7 for being a bad game. But Mega Man X7 is not a bad game. It is a garbage game. It is a legitimately atrocious, terrible pile of gunk. And that's Twilight. Would I recommend someone watch Twilight to learn how not to make a fictional romance? Actually, kinda, yeah. So, there's actually a lot of fundamental, objective problems with Twilight's romance. One of the biggest, in my opinion, is the fact that the main titular character, whose name I can't even think of, the woman, is deliberately designed to not be a character, so that people can imprint their own character upon her. Now, there are several video games that attempt the same thing, where they make their character deliberately vacuous or absent, so that you can then put whatever personality you want to on them. It is, in fact, the origination of the silent protagonist trope. But that doesn't work the same in a movie, especially when there's a large-scale romance, which is the primary plot of said movies.
Nasty North is turning our swamp into an electrified junk heap. And it used to be so beautiful.
I'm sure it was.
Yeah, no, it didn't. It was always terrible. Someone literally asked that question like 5 minutes ago, Holt, so I will repeat myself. The Twilight romance is unmemeingly, ironically, worse than the Attack of the Clones romance. That's fine, easily. I don't care that much. Not really. There's no rush on it. Have I ever played the Mega Man game on the N64? I have streamed Mega Man Legends 1. We even did a review of it. That's relatively recent. That was a few months ago. It's okay, Holt. I find the timing of that amusing since it was literally 5 minutes ago. Anyways, did I like it? So anyways, moving on. I mean, there's an old joke on my channel. If it's a PS1 or an N64 game, odds are I don't like it. That's not quite a joke, but it's not quite false either, you know? There are exceptions, obviously. But even some of the classics I tend to prefer the remasters of, you know? Oh yeah, speaking of which, someone was asking about an esoteric RPG to play. Have you ever tried Quest 64? Don't play it, I'm joking. I'm joking. Mario 3 is not an N64 game, Ross. Nice. I don't think Ross knows what an N64 is. Die, screen. Let's see. So, trying to think of a real esoteric RPG, because I'm not the person to ask that. I only like mainstream stuff. Let's see. We're not actually doing that level just yet, by the way. We found a new method to do these, and it works a lot better. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Alright, so... yeah, the problem is, thanks to the internet, this is not a complaint, by the way, but thanks to the internet, what used to be esoteric or barely known stopped being that years ago. And we have to get to the point of RPGs that, you know, nobody's heard of to actually qualify for esoteric nowadays. Like, God, I'm actually struggling to even come up with one off the top of my head. Other than the big one, obviously. Secret of Evermore? No, everybody knows what Secret... saying Secret of Evermore is esoteric is like saying Earthbound is esoteric. It's just not true. And then there's Geneforge, which is like one of the indie darling RPGs, which is still going, and if I'm not mistaken, still getting remasters. That's true. Not many people have heard of Secret of the Stars. That is actually true. That one only started increasing in popularity recently because it was such a bad game. And yeah, none of this is a complaint, by the way. It's just... when someone asks me, hey, can you come up with an esoteric game? Nowadays, my answer is usually no. Or movie, or show. Anyways, thank you, Green Wolf. Always appreciate. I will jot that down, of course, for Hogwarts Legacy. Find it. I mean, I could say Robotrek, but that's not really that esoteric, and also it sucks. I look forward to reviewing it someday. There's Valhalla, which we actually streamed, but that's not an RPG. I will agree it's a little esoteric. Good game, though. Illusion of Time? I've never heard of that.
Spyro! It's great to see you, but I gotta go.
Why? Because you're secretly an alligator? Pretending to be a dragon? Now, Illusion of Gaia, that's part of the so-called Quintet trilogy, which is Soul Blazer, Terranigma, and Illusion of Gaia. Although I said that wrong. It's actually Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, Terranigma, in that order, excuse me. Because all of those games actually follow each other in the most vague way possible. But they do. And then there's Seventh Saga, which may or may not be the worst JRPG I've ever played. We're gonna have to review it someday to establish it. We're gonna have to do that. Someday when I'm in a lot better of a mood. And have already conquered the world. Alright, so... oh, sorry, I didn't realize... okay, so Illusion of Gaia / Illusion of Time. Didn't realize it was the same thing. Wild Arms, yep. Alundra, yep. Sneezing, yep. Arx Fatalis I've heard of. Yeah, Blade Ball's right. We'll get to a point where I'm just tired of reviewing games I like. And then I'll be like, alright, let's review Seventh Saga. Wait, we had news this week, Hazardous? I think you're lying to me. Crosscode is absolutely an RPG, even though its gameplay is not structured as one. It's like asking me, is Dragon Quest Builders 2 an RPG? To put it simply. So if you prefer RPGs where I have control over characters, or preset, like most JRPGs, I have no preference there, Greenwolf. Doesn't matter to me at all. I'm dead serious about that. Just depends on how good it is. Okay, so we've got immediately... Oh, God. Gates. Treasure. 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 Treasure thing. Dude. 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 Looks like that was treasure to the right. Path I've already been through? No. Boat. That's a new one. Boat. Thing. Die. Oh my god. Okay. Dude, bruh. You know what? There's an esoteric RPG. The one I can't even think of the name of. Yeah, we just streamed it. What was it called? What's it called? Nox. That was it. There you go. There's an RPG no one's ever heard of. Okay, so... Hang on. Long. Damn it. Okay. Those endings were amazeballs. Hang on, so we'll go down. Fail immediately. Damn it, Rifford. Okay, we need to find an RPG that Rifford has never heard of. Let's see. World of Warcraft. The most esoteric... I'm sorry. Let me think about this for a second. Breathe there for a second. This is definitely not costing me. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, that sucks. You see that timing? Esoteric Core. I've actually played that. This is the quote-unquote, like, the one I'm facing. It feels like it wants me to do this one first. Let's feel how this feels. Oh, that was actually close. And now I'm completely in the wrong place. Oh, Jesus. No! Wrong place again. We'll just waste like 10 seconds here. Dragon Quest? Like, do you play as a dragon? I mean, I guess it's on brand for what we're doing right now. That sucks. Well, let's go waste 10 seconds. Oh my god, Hazardous, you gotta tell me. What'd you learn? What'd you learn? What else is there at this point? Oh, this is gonna piss me off, because we're going with the boats right now. Nope, we're still missing 2. Well, we wasted a lot of time, so I think that route's gonna work. So hang on, let's try this again. wasted too much time, so we probably failed. So I'm not sure what the chest is I'm missing. What's the chest I'm missing? Where's the... Where's the chest? Where's the chest? That's good. Ugh. Alright, so let's not be fancy this time. Being fancy cost us. Probably the chest we're missing. Alright. Actually, no, this is probably a better way to do it. Interesting hazardous. I've never known that either. But we did it. Least bad flight level yet. Still not a positive though. Alright, let's get this over with. Just checking something. Yeah, you like Supercharge, right? Right. Wasn't this the official moment we gave up on 100%ing last time? Either that or it was on Nork, one of the two. Yeah, I saw. I was hoping to take advantage of it, Easel, but eh. We'll need those lives in a minute, so I should start stocking up.
Spyro, for an amazing tour of the treetops. Don't just stop at one supercharge.
Yeah, the true ending where we eat an orc. Alive! Sure, we got everything before we hit down. Okay. You can tell they knew, because there's just a bunch of lives in the level. Oh, that's a little frustrating. Conceptually, Ross? Nothing. Individually? Oh, that's much easier to answer. What do you mean by need to be installed? Time off. Because if it's to get the game into streamable state, I already did all that stuff. Damn it, Zach Taft. Those poor Jedi. Haven't they suffered enough? Oh, that sucks too. Okay. Is this game free? God, I hope not. It is, however, 60% off right now. Sigh. I bought it this morning. For more than that. Excuse me, 65% off.
Spyro, if you jump at the end of a supercharge ramp, you can really go far.
I'm all over it.
I mean, if you need to understand how messed up this world is, look at its mini-map in the lower left. That's all you need to know. So that sounds a lot like a fan patch time lost. Okay, so that's that, that, and that. Let's go for that next. Well, I do appreciate you pointing out the chest, because I didn't realize that was a key chest instead of a RAM chest. I was just going to keep going. I mean, of course it always comes up to Raccoon City. Raccoon City is the happening place, Zach Taft. I mean, nobody cares about anywhere other than Tatooine. Ah! I don't even know why that second jump happened. You mean Tatooine Light, Holt Bolt? You know, honestly, it might be faster to do this. The worst platform game I've ever experienced? Bubsy 3D. And if you're like, why, Lore? Oh my god, dude. Yeah. Anyways. Bubsy 3D is so bad, I actually confused it for another game. There we go. I guess that does qualify as a platformer. I've never beaten TMNT on the NES. You know, it's funny, everyone brings up the dam, and for good reason. It's a very early on stage that sucks. But no, I shouldn't say it that way, that sounds bragging. I have gotten past the dam many times in TMNT. No, you want to think about absolutely terrible level design? Look no further than the Technodrome. The Technodrome, which is, of course, the final level, is... that is terrible. Is absolutely awful. It is the worst combination of finicky platforming, frame drops, and enemy spam. And if you know anything about that game, you know that you don't exactly have a lot of health. You can't take a lot of hits, so... Alright, so... I'm just gonna ask now, what extremely obvious thing am I doing wrong here to not make this jump? Oh, I need to do like the double jump, don't I? I remember this now. Like I need to do the mega ultra charge jump or whatever the hell it is. I don't remember how to do that. But I do remember that's a thing. Alright, well, hang on. But yeah, no, the Technodrome... ugh, I have never beaten the Technodrome. I have beaten Mike Tyson on Punch-Out, but I have never beaten the Technodrome. And I say that with a legitimate amount of pride, because damn it, I beat Mike Tyson in Punch-Out. Once. I've never even heard of that, Cashel. Oh man, Soda Popinski. What is it? Because I have no other ideas, Easel. It's not straight and it's not to the right, then I'm out of ideas. Ugh. That's actually kind of stupid. Okay. What? Okay. I kind of get the idea. Because, you know, I saw the finale there, but I was paying attention to, you know, where I was going. Not where I'd been. to everything up here. Okay. Okay. Let's head down. I mean, I knew that anyways, Mr. Red. You kidding me? Have you ever seen the Steam completion list? Making sure. I mean, there's a reason there's that statistic about, I think it's 30%? Wait, you do, Disco? You do not. Don't lie to me. Oh, favorite game I could beat in a day. Any Mega Man. I didn't see that one. Like, seriously, Mega Man. Also FF6 and Chrono Trigger, but mostly Mega Man. So I think I actually have an idea on this one. Let's get a save in first. Right here. Save, please. Thank you. Absolutely, Disco. I don't know where to go! Ah! Okay, hold on. Don't tell me. Really don't tell me. I guess we're gonna find out what happens when we run out of lives. Because that's gonna happen in a minute here. We are down to 0. Hey! That'll make fun. So, what happens when we run out of lives? Interesting. Oh, thank God. For just a second. Because I saw he had a gem in his hands. I thought maybe it didn't keep. Like, I would have to go get all the... Like if this was Banjo-Kazooie. And I would have to get all that crap all over again. That... I would not have been happy. I would have been extraordinarily unhappy about that. Okay. Well, that was my idea, so what am I aiming for? I love that the hardest jump in this entire thing is the first one. In fact, we're about to game over again trying to make this first jump. This first jump sucks. You know what the penalty for failure is? Time. Oh, make no mistake, this game, no offense, would score much worse if this was the original PS1 version. Among other things, it would be missing all those quality of life features, and it wouldn't get any of the graphics positives, or the dynamic music positive. That's a pretty big chunk of positives that wouldn't be happening. Oh, hang on, let me punch some more quarters in while I think about that, Mr. Red. Oops. Still don't actually know what I'm aiming for, I should probably mention. Like, I don't have a goal in mind, so I'm just kind of randomly jumping, hoping to run into something somewhere. Hey, okay. And now what? Okay. That's what I did the first time, and you said, no, too far to the right, and I was like, oh, okay. So clearly I'm going down this ramp to the left. What I have to do is go more to the right. Can I admit that completely vindictively I hope that it doesn't hold bolt? Because screw Avatar and screw James Cameron. So here's the deal. When we come racing up this, when we never make this jump, then what? There's nothing here to hit. I'm ignoring Direct D for a second. What am I aiming for here, exactly? What next ramp? That one? Okay. Well, unfortunately, this leaves my question unanswered, so let's move forward a little bit more. Of course, now we're stuck here. See, I always felt kind of ostracized because I didn't like Avatar at all. And then it went on to be one of the highest grossing films of all time, which professionally insulted me. So, I've got a couple of grudges against Avatar. Okay, so that, and then off to that. Okay, I see my actual destination now. I have discovered my destination. It's that nonsense. Okay. I cannot make that jump. I'm honestly not sure I am physically capable of making this jump. I'm not sure how further to precise it, to be honest with you. Like, normally I could kind of feel what I'm doing wrong. I have no idea what I'm doing wrong with this jump. I have no idea why I made it that time, for example. I cannot make that jump. It's not possible. So, we're gonna give up 100%ing, okay?
That was quite a ride, Spyro. You learned a lot since you were a young glider.
Yeah, well, you could have found an easier spot to get stuck.
Stop! Stop! God damn it! I wasn't trying to be rude, Directy. It's just I was saying I'm ignoring Directy for a second because the other two know exactly what I'm doing and where I'm at in the process. I didn't want to lose my train of thought. $37 negatives. Part of the problem I was running into is I didn't know my destination. It's hard for me to jump towards something, even blind, if I don't even have an idea of where I'm going. And I didn't until I went the other way, looked around for a minute, and then figured out where I was going. And I was like, oh, okay, that's the goal. Alright. Oh, well, I was gonna let you live. Now you're dead. I mean, there is the final boss. The worst thing about Avatar. Okay, so there's two answers to that question, Green Wolf. Answer number one, the fact that it's the highest grossing film of all time. By some metrics. And the thing is, you might fairly say, well, that's not really the film's fault. That's reality's fault. And you're right, but it is the thing that pisses me off the most about Avatar. However, you are of course asking about what's the worst thing about the film. So... you know how I have a concept... maybe you don't know this, actually, excuse me. So let me start this sentence over again. I have a concept called underthought. Underthought is actually one of my favorite phrases I've come up with. And it boils down... It describes a situation where the writers needed something to happen because X, usually because of some plot reason, and didn't put any thought into it whatsoever. Didn't think about the implications, didn't think about the connotations, didn't design the world building, didn't do anything of that. Now, underthought is actually a very specific brand of bad writing. It's also rather common. Avatar...
oh, I feel much better now that so many dragons have been rescued. Jump in the balloon, and I'll show you the Dreamweaver's world. Are you ready to go?
Is glutted with underthought. Like, there's a huge amount of obviously just made A happen in order to showcase B kind of a thing going on. And yeah, exactly, Robostall. Like, I mean, there's certain aspects of concepts or ideas or world-building things that can and should be fleshed out of the movie, and super duper aren't. In most cases, they never come up again. They were only there for the one scene they were relevant for. And yeah, let's be clear, Avatar in many ways was a film that was bankrolled by the desire to show off the new 3D stuff, which, thank God, has finally died out as a thing because it was a cancerous mess. But you know what? You're probably thinking, so underthought is your least favorite thing about Avatar. No. You know what I like least about Avatar? It is extremely generic. Not in a good way, not in a bad way, not in an anything way. Avatar is probably one of the single most generic films I have ever seen in my life. Bog standard love story with a bog standard cookie cutter protagonist with a generic caricature of a villain with a very vague and generic the big imperialist power comes to take the locals' resources plot. It is extremely generic. Top to bottom. So there's nothing there. If someone asked for a rumination on the Avatar film, I would say no on principle, because I have nothing to say about it. There is so much potential in a lot of the concepts that I just mentioned. The military-industrial complex, we've seen dozens of good stories about that. Or, you know, the person who's forced to choose between his homeland or, you know, his adopted homeland. Hell, The Last Samurai did a better job of that than that. And that's not exactly a fantastic film. Good film, but not fantastic. Even the concept of the love interest, or the unobtainium, or the native people, or the what's going on with the resource collect back home, and just all of that has all been done better in other works. Would Avatar get an honorary lamentation? No. So, funny thing. Someone recently mentioned on one of the comments that I only gave one rumination, M-E-H, to one thing ever. Now, I did that very much on purpose. That was specifically to Shades of Grey. Because Shades of Grey was the rumination. But Avatar would be a rumination. Less kind people than me would refer to it as wallpaper paste. Yeah, you could focus on the very nature of how the Avatar system works, what it does to you, like mentally, psychologically, maybe the reason he switched sides was because of the Avatar system and how it works or doesn't. Like, there's possibilities and potentials there, and it's all just thrown out the window to create the most generic film ever made. Now, sorry, I'm being slightly hyperbolic. What is, in my opinion, the most generic film ever made? This is what I get for eating that chicken earlier. What, you don't like mandragoras, Mr. Red? Whatever that's called. Oh, he's super isn't all bold. Alright, hang on. I need to go murder Robostall really quick. Don't worry, this won't be long. I'm just going to show him one single frame of Citizen Kane. And he's going to immediately fall over himself to try and justify why it's the greatest film ever made. And while he's doing that, I'll just slip up and... What's funny is if I say I don't like Avatar...
Be on the lookout for attack frogs. They are cold-blooded killers.
Attack frogs?
And this used to be such a nice swamp.
Yeah. If I say I don't like Avatar, the movie, technically yes, Warp Corp, then, you know, nobody bats an eyelash at that. In fact, I usually get people being like, yeah, no, that makes sense. But if I say I don't like Avatar the show, well, then I get assassinated. As much as I like being assassinated. Now there's a generic film, Pocahontas. Oh, don't mistake me, it's still got some decent elements to it. In fact, it's a better film than Avatar. But Pocahontas was kind of a flop for a reason. Why did the fairies help us out? You know, honestly, I agree with you, Warpcore. I apologize. I didn't mean to insult films by referring to Avatar as a film. Look, the best thing that Pocahontas gave us was a single song. Savages. Savages. Barely even human. Okay.
Thanks for releasing me. It seems like I've been trapped in here since I was your age.
Oh, no.
Why, I remember, gotta go.
This is why I ran for the dragon, by the way. Now that's an interesting question. Best Disney song. Let's exclude the 3D stuff, so 2D animated only. Hi-ho. Hi-ho. It's off to stream I go. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. You know what's funny is I don't actually like Hellfire that much. I find that funny specifically because of the fact that anytime Disney music is brought up, it's almost always brought up as, like, the best song Disney's ever produced. I have heard that so many times in my life. Whoops. Oh, okay, that's a thing. Here's an invisible wall. I was wondering why my jump failed. I thought I just screwed up the jump. How am I supposed to get out of here? Okay. Let's immediately screw that up, because camera. Sure. Whatever. That's everything up top. Unfortunately, last time we saved was way back here. Well. Moving on. Nice hair. Oh my god. It's Punk Fairy. He's wearing plaid. So anyways. You know, I'm gonna get flamed for this, but I think I'll go with Circle of Life.
Thank you for releasing me.
Yeah, Circle of Life goes damned hard. In fact, ironically, I don't even like the entire Circle of Life song that much, but that intro is just wow. And yeah, honestly, there's a lot of good ones. That's why it took me so long. There's a lot of good Disney songs back in the day. It's because I think I talked about this during my Disney Rumination series. They changed the philosophy of how they designed the songs. The very nature of how they were doing them is just different, and it shows. I mean, not to make too big of a thing about this, but compare and contrast the musical efforts of Frozen 2 versus Frozen 1. In Frozen 2, there are some songs that are there to advance the plot and otherwise be a part of the narrative. And then there's songs that are there because it's a musical and we need to have a musical number at this point in time. Then actually go back and look at some of the golden era of Disney films and look at all those musical numbers and how pretty much all of them, if not all of them, are there in service to the story, service to the movie. They're not just there for their own sake. There's actually some really interesting math and philosophy behind that, but what I just said is the summary. If a musical number in a film should be in service to the film, not just for its own sake. That's the core rule right there.
I'll tell you what to do with those creatures. Smash them, Spyro! Stamp them out and squish them and squash them!
How about charge them and flame them? We are dragons, after all.
Sure. So, the formal end of the Disney Golden Era is Tarzan. That's why we stopped with that particular film. But opinions vary on the specifics of the quality of what went down or up and why and all that fun stuff. My favorite song in Tarzan was the one about his parents dying. Damn it. That sucks, because now we have to do a bunch of jumping again. Earliest Disney film I actually like. Little Mermaid. Easy answer. I've seen quite a few Disney films before Little Mermaid. And, while I would say that there are several that have interesting elements, or good elements, a film that I legitimately want to just sit down and, watch, Little Mermaid was the first one that hit that number for me. Oliver and Company had a song that I really liked. The villain was messed up. Something. Why should I worry? Why should I care? I got street savoir there, as they say. But yeah, there are Disney films from before Little Mermaid, and they have good elements. But like I said, whole package, Little Mermaid. What did I miss down here at the very beginning? And there's all the weird live-action stuff they did relatively briefly there. Oh, for God's sakes. Bed knobs and broomsticks, anybody? Hang on, let's hit the stream breaks. Then we'll answer Warp Core's questions. So you have to go to File, Page Setup. You have to set it as a pageless document, and then you could change the background character. Then you have to go to format, text, somewhere, something. I actually don't remember where this is. Then you have to find somewhere else to default your text to white. You have to do those two things separately. And once you figure that out, then you're good. Thank you, Robostal. Also, Robin Hood, the Fox one. And I will put that towards... Which is a weirdly dark film, by the way. Thomas was alone. Thank you again. Like, what I remember most... I mean, there's several things I remember, because I have a good memory. But what I remember most about the Robin Hood film was how much the ending... or not the ending, like the outro, the final battle, if you will, bothered me. So anyways, Green Wolf asks, what don't I like about Avatar the show? Yes. Any questions? It is by far the easiest way to answer that question. You'd think one of these days I'd come up with a standardized answer to it, because I get asked that question every single time that it comes up. 100% time of the time. But the truth is, it is probably one of the most, Jesus Christ, clear-cut examples of coffee I've seen in recent memory. No, of course not, Warpcore. FF14 1.0 is the worst video game that has existed. I assure you I've seen worse shows than the Avatar show. After all, I've watched Doctor Who. Unless Avatar came out sometime in the 80s, I'm gonna go with no on that, Blue Hero. How many worlds are after this, by the way? No reason. Just wondering. Okay, fine. It's the worst movie I've ever seen, ever. Is that better, Blue Hero? Just for you.
Watch out, Spyro. The Norks in these pods have discovered the power of electricity, and it really stings.
Oh, I know you're talking about the show. So am I. I'm just being snarky at this point. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be. I get really sick of that question. It's the exact same reason that people get down, just jump down my throat the moment I bring up the fact that I tend to not like anime. The moment I say I don't like anime, people are just like, what? Why? What is it you don't like about it? Maybe you could tell me these 15,000 details about it. Have you seen this anime? Or how about these other 30 animes? And it's just, God, I'm sorry. I'm just sick of it. So, I apologize for my snark. You want me to describe why I don't like Avatar? Huh. And that's the answer to that question. You know, you're zapping yourself too, right, buddy? Yeah, you get that? We literally did, Holtbolt. We literally did. No, it's okay, Grunwolf. It's just... I get it. I do. That's why I try not to be upset about it. I fail because it does upset me. But I try not to be upset about it. You say that, Ross. I don't know if I believe you. Especially since... Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Rings of Power probably exists. What's Rings of Power?
Good job, Spyro. One day you'll be able to tell all the dragons about your amazing adventures.
Sure, but what I'd really like to do is get out of this swamp.
Oh, the Sonic movie. Yeah, no, Sonic 2 is pretty legit. Oh, see, I didn't play Genesis RPGs. I was too busy playing real games on the SNES. Are you gonna... Spyro? Jesus Christ, Spyro! He just... Did you see that? He was like, no, I'm not gonna run the way you're facing. I'm just gonna go around this guy over and over again. I have not seen Arcane either. If there's a show you're asking about that hasn't been covered on my show, that has come out in the last 20 years, I haven't seen it. No skydiving, huh? We'll come back to that. No, Robo's tall. I'm actually familiar with Monster. That's part of the thing, too, by the way. The really funny thing is when people recommend anime, statistically speaking, most of the time I've heard of the anime they're recommending. Or I'm familiar with it, or have seen it. All I have to say about Monster is the scene, let's just say, the scene with the main villain and the kid. And we're gonna leave that at that. Okay, screw it. We're just gonna go for this one. Yeah, I don't like creepy. I never have. I don't like things... The way that a friend of mine described this is... There's a difference between, like, horror, you know, something horrifying, or something like, oh my god, that's terrible, and then something that makes you feel uncomfortable. There's a distinction between those two emotional states. I derive no enjoyment whatsoever from something that makes me feel uncomfortable. And so anything that falls into that category is kind of an automatic no for me. Like Paradise Killer, for example. That's why I can be a fan of something like Half-Life 2. Because Half-Life 2 doesn't bother me. Nothing about it makes me feel uncomfortable. Horrifying? Oh, absolutely. In fact, I actually really like horror elements, just not horror as a concept. Like, for example, 2 Hours From Now, user games. Like, for example, we'll go with Metroid, another series that has a lot of horror elements to it. Love that stuff. But Metroid has never made me feel uncomfortable. I sure hope I beat this game today, because we're not streaming tomorrow, and that'd be a really awkward stream break. Paradise Killer was a net positive game, Kenton. It interrupts the flow of everything, Warpcore. Especially when I've only got like an hour of a game left. That's just awkward. I have seen the Saw films. First Saw film is a film I would refer to as coffee. Something I can acknowledge as good, but not my thing. The second film is not good. The third film was terrible, and I haven't watched past that point. Nor am I ever going to. I just got the email about the Steam sale. 24 games on your wish list are on sale. Thanks, Steam. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know how to get up there. I give up. I throw in the towel. Bling. I got to delete like 3 pages of questions that I've actually already answered. Just need to delete all these. Here we go. Oh, Dr. Winter asked 2 questions, but alas, we have lost Dr. Winter. Question Man should still be there. Looks like Question Man is still there, so... Signs point to yes. See you around, Robustall. See you around, Grigoris. Get some rest. So what, like around? Ugh. Would not have figured that out. Pretty sure. Oh, you're fine, Catfishy. No need to apologize. I mean, I didn't know anything about the game either. And like I was saying, literally just a few hours ago. if one of your policies is to try out random games periodically, not all of them are going to sit, you know, like not all of them are going to work for you. That's how that works. That's the price, if you will, for that. You try out every burger joint on the row, eventually you're going to find a burger you don't enjoy. Alright, now for the most terrifying boss fight of all time. Also true, Orb Corp. I never actually watched Samurai Jack. I'm familiar with it. The animation style, the graphic style just really put me away from it, so I walked away from it. Oh, I remember this. We have not given up 100% yet, Hardboiled One. We still might. We have officially gotten further than last time with regards to 100%ing. Oh, it's just not my style, Yura. It's like a mono, right? I can't stand a mono. But, you know, I know a lot of people who absolutely love his art style. So. No judgment, no nothing. That is one thing I could definitively, like, objectively say pushed me away from the Avatar series. The art style. Hey, Primarch. I mean, you're right, I don't, Green Bull. I can't even say I don't like anime art style, because there's actually several anime artists and several anime pictures I could point to that I'd rather enjoy. I don't know who did it, but the artist behind Maverick Hunter X, for example, I also am rather fond of the Kingdom Hearts guy. I can't think of the name of right now. Like, he's an excellent artist, really. Maybe not a great designer, but an excellent artist. Of course I have, Primarch. And as much as I would like to release videos on, you know, a platform that's arguably worse in every way, That's it. Nomura, thank you. Like I said, I'm not a big fan of Nomura's design, but as an artist, he is an excellent artist, in my opinion. You give him someone else's thing to draw, and he will make a fantastic drawing. Okay. I mean, do you know what GoBots are, Primarch? You've never heard of GoBots. Well, you know what? That makes my point for me. Have you ever heard of Transformers? I want you to imagine that you've got some Transformers, and you play with Transformers, and one of your friends is like, "Hey, why don't you play with GoBots instead of Transformers?" To say that GoBots are bad isn't getting across the nuance of the situation. But that would be a fairly large amount of time and effort and work for something that is demonstrably worse. I believe the meme nowadays is, but we already have X in the house. Or whatever. God, I don't know. I'm not up to date with the memes. You kids these days. Shake fists. I don't know what I'm looking at. There's nothing down there. There's nothing over there. There's nothing up there. There's nothing anywhere. There's no... Oh, okay. Go by the gate by the goo. It's done! Well, I mean, technically the revenue per view would be better because it would be greater than 0. As we've discussed more than a few times, the amount of money I make off of YouTube is exactly 0 cents per anything. But, the idea of monetizing my videos in such a manner is not something I want to do anyways. I don't want sponsorships. I don't want ads. All of those things are just going to detract from my overall model. If you want to support me, that's awesome. I appreciate it, and I'm thankful every single time. But I'm not going to try and start charging you or bilking you through ad money or through sponsorship nonsense for crap you don't want and shouldn't buy. It's actually funny. I've started getting regular, what I'm going to refer to as spam emails, even though they're not really, of people asking me to do sponsored videos, and I'm like, no, I'm good. I actually don't even respond anymore. Just, nope. See, that is the age-old question, Von Falkenstein, but here's the problem. And it really is the problem, okay? If there is a product I legitimately support, they're not going to pay me to say that. They've either got plenty of marketing budget in somewhere else, or I'm too small for them, or they have a strong enough product that they don't need that kind of marketing. It really does, old bolt. Just... ugh. I get it. I try very hard not to fling shade at any YouTuber who gives in to the sponsorship money. Because they need to make a living. I get it. But... I legitimately think that sponsorship videos are a cancerous mess and need to stop being a thing. Not because I have anything against the video producers, but because I have everything against everything else. As a fresh reminder, the main reason sponsorship videos have gotten so big lately is because YouTube has done everything in its power to make things as worse as possible for content creators. So, that's cool.
Metalhead is all charged up to meet you. Attacking the power pole should disrupt his power supply.
Yeah. I would like to say I'm lucky, and indeed I am lucky, Von Falkenstein. But the truth of the matter is, I saw this coming. I'm pretty good at predicting trends when it comes to a lot of things from an economic perspective. I saw what was coming on YouTube over a decade ago. And I started transitioning over to both Patreon the moment it came out, actually a couple months after it came out, and to Twitch very early on. And that has been nothing but the correct call ever since. I don't remember how to do this. Suicide, Mr. Red. There's a gem up there. There's a gem up there. What the crap? Do you see that? I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be so pissed. It's pointing back up there. Oh my god. Okay, okay. Oh my god, I was gonna be so pissed. Okay. Give me that. Stupid game. 50 negatives. Come on. But no, Blue Hero's quite correct. If there's something I feel like plugging, I will say, hey, you should try such and such. I don't really have a problem with that, and I don't really need to be paid to do that. Why would I need to charge something? I'm just trying to get gems, man. The gems. No, they don't have any gems. Oh, there's a gem over here. Gem. More gems. You missed. You know my favorite thing about these boss battles? There's no boss battle music, so it's just like you can't even tell you're in a boss fight. We did it. I guess? Okay, I gotta be real. I wasn't doing that to beat the boss. I was just doing that to, you know, get the gems. I didn't know you could beat the boss that way. Shrug. Gems get. Camera killed it. As soon as the camera turned, I lost my angle completely. That way too early. Oh, hey, there's Dr. Winter. Okay, so favorite platformer. I see him. I don't know how to get to him, but I see him. Favorite platformer that isn't Mega Man or Mario. So I assume you mean franchise, by which case it would probably be Kirby. After the Kirby series... No, it's okay, Dr. Wood. I like to sit on questions and make sure that you actually hear the question answer. After Kirby? So your problem is I can't answer A Hat in Time because A Hat in Time isn't a franchise. Damn good platformer. You know what? I'm good stopping there. I've given you 3 answers for platformers. I can't think of another one. I don't think of Metroid as a platformer. So if we're counting Metroid as a platformer, then that's going to scooch up to the number 3 slot. We are currently on task for 100%.
Oh, I feel jumping. Are you ready to go? Where to, Spyro?
I'm not actually a huge fan of the Donkey Kong Country franchise. Because of the 5 games, there's only 2 I'm really into. Now, I really like those 2. Yeah, as I say, if we're doing that, that also pushes Castlevania into the list as well. And I just realized you didn't mention 3D platformers, separate from 2D platformers. So that's going to expand the list again. Got it. Negatives per stage, Mr. Red, just for you. I don't know. You did ask me about Avatar: The Last Airbender earlier. Therefore, this must be a negative. Pretty sure that's how that works. You monster. Well, I officially hate the enemies here. Does that count, Mr. Red? We have some roast mushrooms here, because we're playing Mario now.
The fools you see in this world are invincible, but that does not mean they shouldn't be attacked.
Sounds all right to me.
I do like attacking invincible people. What? What'd I say? Loads. So, favorite boss fight from any platformer. Jeez, that's actually really tough. half the bosses in Cyber Shadow, every Metroid boss ever. Most of the final bosses from Kirby. Like, I could come up with 50 good bosses from platformers. That's a tough one. By the way, Dr. Winter asks, for the purposes of the review, what part of gameplay does Coyote Time fall under? Coyote Time is almost always going to be about controls. And thank you, Mr. Nuclear. I'll jot that down for Command & Conquer 3, if you give me a moment. "3D platformers. Oh, jeez. So no Mega Man, huh? No Mario. Still a tough one. Let's hang on. I need to see some level names here. Let's see. 3D platformers. 3D platformers. Tell you what. I'll play the song, and if you can recognize the boss in question, then I don't know, I'll put $1 towards a game of your choice, Dr. Winter. Give me a sec, I gotta find it. If anybody else guesses it, you invalidate the entire guessing game. A great boss fight. Like, honestly, multiple positive boss fights. This boss fight's legit. And Walker just invalidated the guessing game, so sorry, Dr. Winter. No game, you can't put it towards anything. Because Walker just gave it away. But yeah, this is the Snatcher. Great level, great fight. I should give that whole sequence more positive someday. Actually, A Hat in Time is due for a bit of an audit. It's one of the, 5 games left that I have to go through. Here, I'll link it to you. I honestly recommend buying the whole soundtrack. A Hat in Time has a fantastic soundtrack. I actually did buy the soundtrack for this one. I mean, to give you a bit of perspective, the first boss in the entire game has this song. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, it's not actually a boss fight in the traditional sense of the word. Actually have a local copy of this song, which I'll just fire up really quickly because it's like right here. But this song, this whole stage, which is the final stage of the Yakuza Metro, is awesome. By the way, if A Hat in Time's on sale, go buy it. It's a fantastic 3D platformer. One of the best. Seriously. Okay. Sorry. I'm just gonna leave this playing now. This is just your life. You just get to live with this song playing. Sorry, Mr. Red. The only way. Yep, the Yakuza Metro test. This is specifically from the Yakuza Metro DLC from A Hat in Time. If that sounds like a confusing word, if someone could type it out in chat, that'd be awesome. Then it'd probably make more sense. Thank you, Maverick.
Hey, Spyro. All dragons know there's magic in a fairy's kiss. See what it can do to your power of flame.
Yeah, it's not the Yakuza, it's the Nyakuza. Big difference. And no, Kiryu would never join them. Kidding me? Hi, E-Tree. I mean, you're right, Dr. Winter. Alright, so it was actually specifically requested of me, so let's bust out the music tests, shall we? Let's try the default, first of all. I can already tell this isn't working. I don't feel like this works. So, hang on. I don't think Mechanicus is going to work either, but due diligence. It is on the list, it is not in the queue, Voice of Authorita. We haven't even played Kiwami 2 yet. Wow, game. Yeah, Snake Eater is extraordinarily copywronged. If we ever streamed Metal Gear Solid 3, which we probably never will, we would have to mute that entire ladder sequence. Thank you, Dr. Winter. Always appreciate. I will jot that down in a minute. No! God damn it! Okay. I guess we'll go ahead and say thank you now. Thank you. Alright, here we go. It's time for Spyro. Just look at that evil in his eyes. The heresy! Okay, this isn't working at all. So, final test. Final test. Hang on, hang on. Game. There, okay. I mean, Spyro's got food. And he's also a teenager, so he'd play a rogue. No question. Damn right, Mr. Red. He's the rogue. Ready, day in, day out, having to live off of the streets. Sucking moisture out of the pavement to survive. Doom goes with more things than Morrowind does, which is really saying something. Oh yeah, it's absolutely nowhere, Russ. Absolutely nowhere. I'll rescue you now. I've decided to rescue you.
Hold your horns. Here comes Spyro.
Patience, little one.
You'll soon have the opportunity.
I mean, I'm okay with that, Ross. I'd rather play the rest of the Yakuza's first.
Nasty Nork.
You know? Well, when we stream Morrowind again, because it's going to be part of the BRPG block, we will be playing the completely vanilla, no mods whatsoever version of Morrowind. Not even stability. Why would we use stability stuff? If the game's crashy, we need to know that for the purposes of a review, don't we? We played Oblivion with no mods, and that game is much less stable than Morrowind. Like, I love Oblivion, but damn. I have not, DirectD, and I never will. Wait, yes I have. I have already commented on it, and I never will again. There we go. That's where it is. You missed it! You lost on your chance, DirectD. Nothing else to be said. Ever, 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 ever. No, it was just some random stream, DirectD. Okay, here's the real answer. And that's the real answer. What's going on is a bunch of noise and a bunch of drama by a corporation which is notoriously litigious, and someone who, it wouldn't surprise me if he was in the wrong, but he probably isn't. So the big thing to comment on, the one and only real thing to discuss there, is the fact that Elder Scrolls, that is to say ZeniMax, going as hard as they are, means one of two things. And ironically, they are the exact freaking opposite. Either they have a open and shut case, and any legal battle would win, that they would just win like that, or they have no case whatsoever, and are trying to bully him into backing down. That's it. That's reality. Those are the two options. If you asked me to put a guessing game on that, I'd flip a coin, because it really could be either at this point. You little snot. It's also got drama written all over it, which is something I try to avoid in general. Having said all that, there's really only a couple of ways this is going to go from this point. Either he's going to pursue a lawsuit of ZeniMax, or he is not. That's it. That's the scenario. If he is in the right, I hope he does and sticks to his guns. And I say that very selfishly, because I know exactly how expensive that is to do. And life-destroying. But if he has enough of a case, I hope he sticks to his guns. Because, ironically, for as extremely messed up as the U.S. court system is, especially for the corporate side of things, someone who just sits there and does not stop, does not pull back, does not accept a settlement, and is in the right, generally speaking, wins the case. Almost every time, actually. It's one of the only reasons I can't actually say that the current justice system is even worse than it is. You're probably thinking, hold on, Laura, hold on. If they tend to win, what's the issue? Because winning involves a huge amount of two things. Time, money. And guess what ZeniMax has more of than he does? I mean, I do think we have a decent beginnings of a legal system. I just think a lot of the specifics need some real reframeworking. There is, my opinion, way, way too much of the legal system that is wrapped up in money. Some money being involved makes sense. After all, those judges need to pay their bills too, and blah, 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 blah. But there is definitely a lawyers making things happen for lawyers' sake kind of a thing, which is a very, very serious problem and has been for centuries. Oh yeah, stress too. That's an extremely good point. It is very stressful. But make no mistake, if he actually has this case and can financially back the kind of year or years battle that will be, he will win it, and I hope he does. It's up. Oh yeah, definitely up. Yeah, okay. Go ahead and direct me, Mr. Red. I would like to beat this game today and not have to pause for potentially 2 full days before we finish, you know, the first game. I'm not in that much of a hurry, but I would like to get on with it. So, let's go. Super hurry mode engaged. And yeah, I've noticed that a lot of people who are lawyers tend to go into the government, which you might say makes sense, and in a perfect world it would. We do not live in a perfect world. We live in this world, which is World 356, which, let me tell you, 355 was much worse. Whew. Well, let's see where this actual secret is. So far, I haven't really had many issues with the secrets. Extensively. Whoops, hang on. There's apparently a ramp. Somewhere. Yes, next time we will make paradise. Please tell me it doesn't expect me to do what I think it does. I can't, because that doesn't lead to anything. Okay, where's a ramp? 271 was fine if you don't have any allergies, von Falkenstein. The people who do didn't exactly enjoy the experience. Okay. Down, left, out the door. I mean, as usual, part of the problem I'm having is I don't know where I'm aiming for, so I'm just kind of blindly looking around for anything. Surely you mean over here. Surely, sure. Nope, you do not. Okay. Alright. Down the charge. Just right here. Go on, out the second door on the left. Left and jump for something. I don't. Okay. We're gonna scout, because I have no idea what I'm aiming for here. So let's figure this out. What am I aiming for? So I was already over there, so that's not it. I was already over there, so that's not it. I don't recall if I've been over there. Okay, now I'm just getting frustrated. Ah! I've given up on 100%ing. Okay, hold on. So, I don't think I know where I'm going. That's because I don't, apparently. Hello, Edster. Done! We did it. We did it! Game complete. What left? Okay, okay. So, why are you stupid? Not you, not you. You're not stupid. I just went to refresh to see what Voice of Authority donated for, right? And I'm like, okay. What did you donate for? And immediately popped up saying, would you like to have a sponsorship on your next stream? And that's when I exploded. And apparently Ross subbed. I didn't even see it. Thank you, Ross. I'll put it towards nothing! And thank you, Voice of Aetheriton. You know, I should have looked. Warp Core, I didn't even look. I did not even look at who was sponsoring me. Or offering. Both 3. Both 3. Okay. So let's see what insanity I'm missing. Because at this point, I'm just getting pissed off. So it's time to break out the Doom music. So I don't know, Mr. Red. Why am I going up this ramp? Hang on. There. Where am I going? I have a pillow on my back now. Because that actually jostled the magnet loose. Before the ramp. The ramp jump left? Okay, I think I actually understand this. This might be getting a negative, in all honesty. Because I think I actually understand what it wants from me, and that's stupid. Especially since the level flow is actually misleading in this case. What we are trying to do is do a full circle here, if I'm reading this correctly, which is just extremely irritating because of how that's gonna happen. Wow. Just wow. I think I might actually give that a negative. That is really dumb. Negative point number 1. Unless you know where you're going, the controls simply do not support the kind of reactiveness necessary for this kind of speed. Negative number 2. As I mentioned, the level design and flow is very clearly going the exact freaking opposite of this direction. Which is why I kept looking at the damn ramp.
You've become a master of the supercharge. Great work.
Stop wasting your tea, dude. Also, I'm pretty sure we're past the tree level, unless there's another tree level, in which case... Ah! we already did treetops. Which also got a negative, by the way. Ironically, the trouble I had with treetops was identical. I didn't know where it wanted me to go. For one of the super speeds. The other one was like, oh, okay, you want me to do this and carry this throughout the whole level and do a double charge. Sure, I can do that. Yeah, I just... So, thankfully this is not what I was afraid it was. It's merely something that's not good. So, this is actually funny. Something I had reason to complain about earlier is the fact that Spyro's jump is almost perfectly designed to be as slow as possible while going up the staircases. Or, perhaps slightly more accurately, the staircases are perfectly designed for the jump to go up them as slow as possible. You jump just a bit higher than the stairs are, which means you waste maximum amount of time because you can't double jump stairs, and you have to do a full jump every staircase. Do I just have infinite? Is that just my life now? Not that I'm complaining, I'm just wondering. I don't think physics works that way, but I'll let it go. I'm missing quite a few gems. Over here. Oh, that's why. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Still not everything. Okay. Well, we're gonna take it nice and easy. Don't want to fall into our death, now that we have infinite power. That'd be rather embarrassing, wouldn't it? Oh man, the last boss fight is probably one of the only guaranteed negatives in this entire game. So... I was specifically asked what I thought of this stage. I don't know, there's a lot of assholes on this stage. Troll enemies, I'm telling you. Just ain't no good. I mean, I don't mind a secret that's a secret, or that requires careful thought about how to get around things. But that was clearly misinformation, and the moment you start giving me misinformation, that's the moment I raise my eyebrow. I'm gonna ding Castlevania 2 for it, and I'm gonna ding Spyro for it. We haven't done this one's flying level yet, no. I'm not sure where it is off the top of my head. We will find it too, yes. I mean, if any level personified the general aesthetic of Spyro 1, it's probably this one. This place makes absolutely no sense. This is Fairy Tale Land. And that's probably the idea. Hi! Like, ultimately, I could ding several other things about that. The control problem is certainly one of them. But that red herring can go to hell. That's what pushes it into negative. Thank you very much, Ranzada. I will jot that down for 3 houses. If you give me a minute. So what do we got here? Pickle juice, yada. I actually love a lot of pickled stuff. Pickled beets. Pickled, so I can't think of anything. Pickled jalapenos, that's another one. Hi. I'll never do it, Dark Leviathan. I'll never do it! But I will say thank you. Thank you very, very much, Dark Leviathan. I will add that. I don't know why I keep pausing. I'm sorry. It's a habit. So many games I've played lately, I have to pause for stability's sake when I Alt-Tab. Because I've been playing a lot of older games lately. It's a habit. I apologize. I don't need to pause. Look, I'm Alt-Tab right now. Everything's cool. Everything's fine. This is a game that came out sometime this millennia. I will add that to God of War 5. Get some good rest, Green Wolf. Have a good one. Okay. Well, God of War 5 came out, oh gosh, I don't know. A couple weeks ago? Just about a week ago? Something like that. I don't know much about it, and I don't really want to. That was strange. We'll get there when we get there. Ooh. Top 5 God of War 5 tricks you didn't know you didn't need. Also, the super secret last boss. Spoilers. It's yourself. Dum dum dum. Last flight level. Let's do this. Let's give this game more negatives. Oh, right. Gotta get a water. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so we've got lights. Chat. Oh, I hate this level. I hate this level. Yep. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Okay, yep. And we're dead. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So So, hang on. Let's do a little scouting. Let's do a little scouting. So it looks like there's nothing immediately for the train. That's too much of a delay before we get started. Oh, look at the gap between these train people. This is awful. Look at this. Look at it. Oh my god, it's terrible. Why are you terrible? Why do you hate joy, Spyro? Why are you an enemy of all life? Why are you secretly Darkseid? I'm gonna call that because screw him. Okay, let's go this way. Man, I don't know. This doesn't look actually like a terrible route so far. 'Cause that's 2 done, but the problem is... What? I guess out again? So we could do the reverse loop. We head out here. That leads us to looks like lanterns. Okay, so let's do this lantern right off the bat. And we have plenty of time to get here before the next dude is even on his way. So we could do that instead. Let's do that instead. Oh my god, did I miss one? No, I didn't. Okay. Recovery. Where's the one? Where's the one? Where's the... Where is he? I seriously missed a guy. Where is he? Where is he? Oh, I didn't miss a guy. There's only 3 in this one. Okay, restart. Hi, Sean. Okay, so flame. Flame on. Don't miss any there. Has my rumination on Onward gone live yet? Real question, I don't actually remember. I recorded that almost 2 years ago now. I need to get this train, which is not here yet. And now it's passing me because I doubted myself. So remember, kids, never doubt yourself. Screw up at Spyro. I lost about 5 seconds there, so we'll kind of see how our route's doing based on that. We want to get this guy, and then we want to go here. And we're going to go out immediately. This is where we started. Okay, this isn't actually what I thought we were going to do, but that's okay. We've already missed a chest. That's fantastic. That's the best thing ever. And right this time. Let's go left. Okay. We can make that work. We can make that work. Go here. Get this light. Stab ourselves in the eye. Rip out our own appendix. There we go. Appendix removed. Now we just need to tear out our kidneys with our bare hands. Okay. Kidney removal engaged. Now... that pancreas's time has come. Oh, yes. Nobody ever liked you, pancreas. Worthless organ in the body. So we're missing a light. Wait, I do work core? Wow. Okay, so we're gonna save a couple of seconds by immediately going down the train path this time. Try to be a little more efficient about this. We're going to get this guy first, because he's the time-sensitive one. And we want to go outer edge. Put up for this one. I think this one's going to be down. We should be in time to get the next train, which we are. Then, for the same trick, we are once again going to prioritize that, because that's the time-sensitive thing. Then we go up, down, and then up. Down. Right. We're going to go through this. We'll start on the lamp, I believe, is going to be our first goal. Now, we keep missing this one immediate and obvious one, so we're going to try to hang left a little bit this time to get that chest right there, which we've missed every time so far. Now we go up, get that, get this chest, get this lantern, recover, back up into the air, right side. We're going to cover the right side. We're going to hit this kind of on the rebound as we're going left, excuse me. Swing around, tag that again. There's going to be a chest right there. We want to get both of those, which we did. We want the chest. And then we want the other chest. And then we want the other chest. And then we want the other chest. And then we did it. Any questions? I'll take a flex for that one. I'll take a flex for that one. Good God. Okay. That's the last of the flight levels. We're done with the flight levels. Thank God. Okay. Top down. Actually, that's probably one of the better flight levels so far. I'm not sure it's positive worthy, but I think I won't add that to a negative. You know what I mean? Thankfully, soon we will get to the Spyro 2 flight levels and their nightmarish terror. The horror that is the Spyro 2 flight levels.
Welcome to the Dreamweavers, young one. While chasing Nasty's minions in this world, you must expect the unexpected and prepare for what is not there.
So, if I see a purple dishwasher soap monkey lizard, I'm good to go. Who is skateboarding? For some reason. I don't know why they're skateboarding. It's just a thing. Don't question it. Don't question it. Hang on, I need to go murder Direct D for being extremely elitist. The elitist marker has engaged. Time to gatekeep, yeah. Come on. Oh yeah, I need to give a negative for these load times because this is ridiculous. We are playing on Steam. Oh, this is trippy. It's a good time to mention that I don't promise to 100% anything. I mean, I guess I haven't promised anything, but I just want to say we'll make an effort, but no promises. That's mostly regarding 2 and 3. Whenever we get to them. That's funny. I was about to comment that I bet the demons who shoot fire are immune to fire. They super or not. Go figure. P3. I mean, if I actually promised to 100% everything, then yeah, we'd break out the cheats if we had to. I don't make promises I can't keep. That's kind of how that works. You realize you're hovering over the abyss, right? No? Okay, cool. Just checking. Like, if that's what makes you happy, you know, okay. He's no rhino.
Fairies are always on your side, Spyro.
What is wrong with your wings? No, Trihexia. We can only breathe fire. And Tude. And gems. Now that would be cool, a gem breath. And you might think, oh, that sounds like pathetic. Think about dozens of gem missiles shredding through your skin at rapid fire. Just... like, it's basically a minigun at that point, except a lot less pleasant. Sandstorm breath. Oh, that... there actually are dragons with sandstorm breath. In D&D specifically. And they're mean. Thank you. Turning enemies into gems is certainly less violent, but arguably more horrible. Think about it. Oh, and the reason I'm not answering you about Onward, Mr. Ed, is to be completely honest, I don't remember. The whole film just didn't make a big impression on me, which is, I suppose, part of the problem. But I really don't remember what most of my issues were with it. Why would anybody want to live in the Spyro setting? Especially as a human. As a dragon? Well, no, because there's still the whole, you know, being turned into stone problem. I do think it was better than The Good Dinosaur. I do think it managed to get over that tiny, tiny hoof. Oh, Savicom's here. Perfect. All right, Savicom. It's time to begin the debate.
Thank you for releasing me.
I've actually already mentally designed my dragon. Very large. We're talking, like, large enough that you could see it from several miles away. Mostly metallic. Lots of violet lava. And electricity coursing through me. And I only have one wing. The other one has been... looks like it's been violently ripped off. So, debate time. Okay. So, once upon a time, we had a standard. We called it the proper remake standard. It was actually an idea I believe Savicom posited, but it's relevant here because, well, what it was we gave a bonus plus to both gameplay and story for any game that was a proper remake. Now, it did have to be a proper remake, and that was actually a fairly stringent requirement, but if it made that requirement, plus to gameplay, plus to story, for managing it. We have not reviewed a proper remake since the Oblivion line. This is the first one. We need to debate if that's still a thing. Now, conceptually speaking, a lot of the elements of what makes a proper remake have been absorbed into other specific categories. So, for example, and I mentioned this earlier, this game is absolutely getting several positives the original wouldn't, by virtue of being a proper remake. One of the main reasons we used to do that was because we didn't have the nuance and the zooming in of positives and negatives that we do now. So, that was kind of a blanket, here's all the improvements positive, right? And yeah, basically, is this a degree of double dipping? Because we actually don't want to double dip on positives or negatives. It's one of the reasons why, for example, a good final boss fight gets a positive for outro, not a positive for outro and a positive for boss fight. to use a specific example. But what do you think? Sorry, I'm talking too much. What do y'all think? Let's assume for a moment that a game qualifies as a proper remake. Let's ignore that particular side of things, because that's obviously step one in general. Yeah, FF4 on Steam. There you go. Let's pretend we're debating FF4 on Steam, on the PC version. That debate has been solved. Moving on. What am I missing? A lot. Wow, I'm missing tons of stuff. Doing something. I have to admit, a problem I've been having as gaming continues to develop is that the phrase remake is actually slowly drifting out of parlance for me. I don't really mean that as a negative, I mean that as a demonstrative. Most games I would have easily called a remake nowadays I would call something else, like a reimagining. And a lot of games that are branded as remakes are absolutely not. They are just remasters. Or, worse, ports. Yeah, like FF7R1 is... I mean, it's a remake, but at the same time, it's hard for me to even call it that, because it's kinda not a remake, too. Like, you could easily make that argument, but you can see how the line is getting more blurred. And as gaming goes on, that line is getting blurrier. That's a good point, Dream Whisperer. Yeah, hence reimagining, Cycloud. The problem is, so this was all sparked by a discussion a few months ago about what exactly a proper remake really is. Because it used to be clear-cut, and it just kind of isn't anymore. Like, because part of the problem, too, is how much is too far with a remake? A lot of people think it's possible to change a game too much, whether it's good or not. And then, of course, some people think that there is no such thing as changing it too much. But then again, the obvious counter-argument is, well, if you change it a whole lot, at what point is it no longer even the original game, right? Like, we're getting into a bit of the blurriness. Again. Sorry, I am reading everybody's thoughts. Just not reading them out loud. Here, let me read Mr. Red's thoughts out loud, because this is Mr. Red's real-life voice. Because I've heard him do voice acting before.
I'm not actually sure if this is a proper remake.
And then I have to read Savacom's voice, of course. The silliest voice I could come up with. Okay, hang on, let me get some water. Oh, you said many old games don't get passes for being old. And we're reviewing what's on screen at the moment. So the additional elements that make a game a proper remake are getting reviewed for what they are. There you go, that's Savacom's voice. Hey, Quack.
Ah, Spyro, thanks. Supercharge will get you to new places here in Lofty Castle, too. See where it takes you.
Now, as admittedly, I kind of don't want to get involved in the what is a remake discussion right now, because I've slowly come to the realization that I don't think there is a definition for a remake anymore. Like, I think we've actually moved past the point where there's a cohesive definition for a remake. So, leaving that discussion entirely. Is that Cam Clark?
Hi, Spyro.
Ah, Spyro, thanks. Supercharge will get you to new places here in Lofty Castle, too. See where it takes you.
That sounds a lot like Cam Clark. Anyways. Well, there's our supercharge. Let's see how frustrating this one is. Oh god, oh god. We were probably meant to carry that, but I want to explore first. Oh, we were totally meant to carry that. Okay. I see where it wants us to go. Let me ask a random question. I think... Hang on. Let me pause. I think after reading everyone's feedback, I think we've decided we're not going to give a completely distinct positive for being a remake, proper or otherwise, in order to avoid double dipping. I think we are sufficiently good about the nuance of the specific categories for the review at this point that we can just give pluses for all the things it does better, and we're good. I feel comfortable in that, and I feel like we've got some consensus on that. Now, let me ask you a weird question. How many of you are familiar with Final Fantasy III? Man, I'm pretty sure there's Spyro plushies. I mean, it doesn't really matter. So I bring up Final Fantasy III specifically because it's the Final Fantasy I've already done the most mental design work. How did I miss these? On remaking in my head. Because someday I actually plan to remake all the FF games. Probably via the rewrite at this point, but whatever. So, for those of you familiar with FF3, all three of you in chat right now, if FF3 was turned into a turn-based tactical type game, where terrain and... It's very XCOM-y, right? A lot of terrain, a lot of manipulation, a lot of using the classes in order to alter what's going on with the enemies and their position and blah, 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 blah. Would that be a remake or not? Let's ignore story for a second. I know that's strange, but just let's ignore story for a second. Crap again. So it sounds like several people are saying, no, that wouldn't be a remake. Let's also assume the story is changed, touched up, polished, etc. while we're on the subject. I doubt that changes anybody's answer, but I was just curious. So, I think I've figured out the issue with remakes. I think that when most people say remake, what I hear... Sorry. When most people say remake, what they mean in my terminology is remaster. And when most people say remaster, what they mean in my terminology is port. I think that's the issue I've been running into. Because if this is a remaster, then I got nothing, effectively. It is a bit of semantics thing, but, like, for example, when I think remaster, I think... let me try to think of it. FF10 or Kingdom Hearts on the PS3 or PS4. Those are remasters. Because it is the exact same game, which they did a bit of a polishing pass on the graphics for. That's it. That's usually what's in my head when it comes to thinking of a remaster. Oh, thank God for that, Brigham. I'm not trying to start a fight, by the way. I'm just trying to understand terminology. As I pointed out before, terminology and semantics don't matter except when they do. I do think in this case it does matter, especially since, you know, this is a part of the specifics of the review. Yeah, let's not even get into, what do they call that? Implications? No, that's wrong. Whatever. There's a terminology for when a word implies something but doesn't literally mean it. I can't think of what that word is right now. But whatever. Honestly, probably the example of the distinction between a remake and a remaster, in my mind, is StarCraft. The StarCraft remaster, which is properly branded a remaster, nevertheless actually did involve a fairly large amount of work behind the scenes from the people who were making it. They effectively made the game in 3D, and then designed it to emulate as if it was 2D. Nevertheless, the core gameplay and the function of the game is almost fundamentally unchanged. Dragoons are still just as terrible as always, as the meme goes. Now, why is that relevant? Well, because fundamental game changes actually matter, especially when it comes down to the nitty-gritty. Anybody who knows speedrunning, challenge running, or playing at the higher ends of any game, for any reason, whether it's competitive or personal, knows that when it gets to those little micro changes, or changes that most people might not even notice, that's a big deal. Point in case, this game controls completely differently than the original, and I know that, because I've actually sat down and played the original with this controller, or rather, with this controller, and it plays very differently. Probably because it's a completely new engine. Yeah, this game also has several other features which make it better, but that's neither here nor there. Either way, I don't actually want to get into that debate, like I said. I just think that's kind of fascinating. But I do think we've reached a bit of consensus. No double-dipping positives. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Oh, I forgot to... Hang on. I mean, to be blunt, I probably wouldn't give the original any control positives. Oh, speaking of which. Yeah, then there's the Pokemon games. There's another big example. Because the most stark example of that is Gen 1, well, is Red versus Fire Red. Those are two fundamentally different games, even though they're both going through the same general content. Like, I can't even make a list. Everything is different. Everything is different. The very nature of how the game functions is different. The categories, the way it calculates catch rates. All of that stuff, completely different. Gosh darn it, I don't remember which one it was. I'll figure it out in a minute. Remind me to check which level is which when we finish this one, please. Because I keep forgetting to write down the names of these stupid blazes. So in my head, those Pokemon games were what I used for the longest time as an example of a remake. Fundamentally improving the game, adding on to it, that's important, and adding on to and improving the story. In short, in my mind, what defined a remake, past tense, was making the game that you wanted to make then with the tools, technology, time, and money now. Well, that happened. Well, since that reset everything, let's just go do this now. Yeah, experience, that's another one. Okay, so this is not what I wanted. I think it was lofty. It was lofty. Okay. I think Space Cadet means the original Spyro. I could be wrong, though. Don't quote me on that. Well, yeah, so back to the movie thing. Sorry, Adstar, I didn't mean to ignore your point about movies. So I'm trying to think of if I could think of a film that I would consider a remaster film. Let me think about that for a minute.
Any advice before this battle?
Advice? A wise dragon once told me aim high in life, but watch out for flying boxes.
You know what?
Huh?
No, that's perfect, DirectD. I've got an example of what I would consider a remaster in film format. Star Wars A New Hope, the special edition. Also the entire original trilogy. There you go. That's a remaster. It's not exactly one-to-one, which would just be a port. It's not just upscaled like VHS, but now it's on HD. Again, that's port territory. But it is pretty much just the same film with a touch-up and some scenes changed and some scenes added. That then brings us to a remake, film-wise. It's easy to think of film remakes. Ironically, I have a harder time thinking of good film remakes. Let me think about that one for a minute. Like, because if it's easy to define a film remake, all the Disney 3D crap. But what's a proper remake in film terms? Now, I actually have an answer. I've just thought of one. Just a second. But I'm going to stay quiet for a minute, because I'm curious what other people think. Your aim with that, sir. Is that it? Are we done? No, because the new Dune movie isn't a remake of David Lynch's Dune movie. The new Dune movie is another attempt to adapt the Dune book. And that really is a separate thing. Oh yeah, this thing. Where's the key? Okay, So anybody ready for my example of a proper remake in film format? I may be about to lose some of my viewers. You ready for it? Here it comes. Ocean's 11. The George Clooney one. Now, if you have not seen the original Ocean's 11, you're probably not aware of this, but that film is rather fundamentally different from the original. From the two films are very different from each other. Plot, style, approach, structure, tone. Obviously different actors and different script, but again, the whole point is to come up with a proper remake, something that really goes above and beyond. I would also say that, in my opinion, the Clooney... Come on! The Clooney version is better, hence proper. Now, the catch here is there's a slight caveat on top of this when it comes to films, because there's nothing new under the sun, right? So, just about any film you're going to talk about has probably either been inspired by, or is a remake of, or a reboot of, or whatever, some previous film. That's why I point to Ocean's 11 specifically, because it really was trying to do its own take on the old thing. There's a pearl person I'm missing? Where? Where is that? That's that way. There's nothing over there. Baldur's Gate. Wow, Lore. Battlestar Galactica is 100% a reimagining. Not only do they brand it as such, but it really is the same concept, right? Therefore, it's totally a proper remake, because we just described that as such. Where is it, Mr. Ed? I'm running out of time. Where is it? Got it. I was wondering about this stupid thing. Come on, game. Come on, get on this goddamn game. See, part of the problem here is we could define a remake from a reimagining, as in distinguish the two, by insisting that a remake keeps to the tone of the original, while changing everything else. The problem with that is, that's an extremely gray definition.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. Take care.
Yeah, TNG is just the next Star Trek show. There's no remake, re-nothing, re-anything. Now, that being said, it should probably be mentioned that TNG was originally intended to be a reimagining of TOS. Season 1 of TNG was designed ground to bottom, top to bottom, to be a complete, we've got the money, we've got the backing, let's make TOS the way we always wanted to. And TNG Season 1 sucks, as we've talked about many times. So once TNG changed hands and Roddenberry was shoved out of the picture, and everyone, literally everyone, from the original TOS staff who had been brought on board for the TNG stuff left, well, they decided to make TNG its own thing. Well, listen, Suffolcom, I know you're too young to remember this. Oh my god. Nope, 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 nope. I know you are so young. I don't remember if you were part of the scene back in the day, but TNG received a lot of initial pushback because it wasn't TOS. Which is, of course, stupid, as it always is, but there was a lot of about that. Oh my god. Anyways, the other reason I'm even bringing it up is that's why the McCoy cameo was controversial. Okay. In my life. Yeah, no, there was... What's funny is TNG, despite what I just said, in many ways was designed to try and be anti-TOS. Like, you know, Worf being on the bridge and all that stuff. But if you're paying attention, that only means... So I'm explaining myself wrong here, as I always am. TNG was in many ways in Season 1 designed to be like, don't worry, this is what TOS should have been. If you think TOS is something else, then you're wrong. There we go. That is what they were going for. 100%. TNG was supposed to be Roddenberry's TOS. Not your TOS. Alright. What am I missing here? Very little, actually. I'm, however, missing a person. And a boss. Oh no, that was the boss. What am I missing? I'm missing a whole stage! I already killed the twins with the cannon. Yeah, exactly, Space Cadet. I mean, it's really easy to see how Picard is the original captain he wanted. We haven't done Dark. It's right here. It's right here, Laura. Because all you have to do is look at Pine. Captain Pine. Or whatever his stupid name was. Pike. I don't know why I'm saying Pine. Who's Christopher Pine? Anyways, Pike. Captain Pike. And then you'll see where Picard came from. Listen, nobody likes Christopher Pine. Whoever he is. So why does Picard suck? I think it's Pax's fault. He was watching the new Trek shows, and anytime he watches a new Trek show, it just sucks. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not super familiar with the behind the scenes. I keep hearing things.
The enemies here can be quite frightening, but you should watch the fools.
I'd rather flame the fools.
Now you're thinking.
So, yeah, one of the things that I keep hearing, I don't know if this is true, so I'm going to add a big asterisk to this, is that Patrick Stewart has been turning Picard into a vanity project. And to be clear, the distinction between a vanity project and a passion project is a vanity project is Star Trek V, to use an immediate example of that. It is a project where someone in charge has allowed their ego to blossom, and they are using the particular work to stroke their own ego. That's it. Now, I don't know if that's true, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was. A good vanity project. This guy.
Thank you for releasing me.
Nice fades. No, a passion project is actually very different from a vanity project. A passion project is, a work that whoever's making it really, really cares about. A vanity project is, I'm awesome. Really big difference. I've never heard such a thing, Trihexia, so your guess is as good as mine, because I've never heard that before. I hear more Janeway defenders than any other captain in Star Trek. Is Avatar a vanity project? No, I think everything James Cameron works on is a vanity project. Now, if you want a more concrete example, Titanic was a vanity project.
You know, I think you just might be the dragon to defeat Nasty Nork.
Interesting ones.
That's me, all right.
I would agree that Titanic is a better movie than Avatar, but then again, I'm pretty sure that if I grabbed a camcorder and took, I don't know, 90 minutes staring at some grass growing, it'd be a better film than Avatar. No, Baron. For I will never again do another rumination. Ever! Yeah, it kind of irritates me that James Cameron has been behind two wildly financially successful films that both kind of suck. Shrug, I suppose. Life sucks, and then you die. Disappointed is a good word for that Trihexia. But I am fully expecting Avatar 2 to set records in the box office. Because of course it's going to. It's Avatar 2. That's another thing a lot of people don't really understand. I think Avatar is a pretty blah film. I think Titanic's a pretty blah film. But honestly, that's whatever. That doesn't matter. Who cares? The thing that pisses me off is the best-selling film of all time thing.
Thanks, Spyro. I'd love to help you catch Nasty, but I'd really hate to be trapped in Crystal again.
Don't worry. The only one that's gonna be trapped is him.
See, now I'm trying to think of a video game equivalent of Avatar. What's the most generic game we could come up with? Shoot, I can't see the question queue right now for some reason. There we go. You asked me what my favorite coin-operated arcade game was in the 80s. I'm gonna go with Street Fighter 2 Turbo, specifically. Or Simpsons Arcade.
Thank you for releasing me.
I would also accept X-Men Arcade. Several pinball... There was a pinball game based on The Last Action Hero, which was a surprisingly good pinball game. It's one of the only pinball games I've sat and enjoyed for hours before. Like, holy crap, that was a good one. I know that sounds weird, praising a pinball game, but trust me, no one was weirded out more than me. What is this nonsense? In this world, the bad guys can win. I think I'm actually going to go with Just Cause 4. I heard a lot of what I'm going to call meme answers in chat. But Just Cause 4 is an extraordinarily generic game. It is generic action with generic plot, with generic one-liners, with generic main character, with generic villains, and generic motivations, and generic action scenes, on top of generic end-of-the-world plot, with generic world building that's generic. It is extraordinarily generic. I've said that word so much it has lost all meaning. Just like Just Cause 4. I think that's actually going to be my answer. There you go. There's the avatar of video games. Now, the reason I asked that was, you know, I was curious. So I was going to follow up the question: how would you feel? You probably wouldn't give a damn. But how would you feel if Just Cause 4 was the best-selling video game ever made? Now it's pointing up. Because of course it is. In fact, it's probably up there. Yeah, no, the problem here... It's easy to just say, well, who cares, it doesn't affect me. But the problem is it absolutely does affect you. Money talks. Money has always talked. If something sells, people pay attention. If something sells very well, people pay a lot of attention. If something's one of the best-selling things ever, people try to ape the crap out of it, and it's almost always bad. Yeah. It's one of the reasons, and I mean no offense on this front, but it's one of the reasons why it irritated me how much money Jurassic World made. Jurassic World's ultimately an inoffensive film, and I don't even blame people for liking it. But the fact that it sold that well, that's the problem, because now people are going to look at that and say, oh, okay, let's do more of that. And it's like, okay. That sucks. Mr. Red, do you know how to get to wherever I'm trying to get here? Yeah, exactly. Space Cadet. Again, this is nothing new. This is nothing even remotely new. Four hours long. God, you know what? I'm gonna put, mentally, Avatar 2 is officially on the veto list, okay? I'm not wasting 4 hours of my life on that nonsense. Okay, so... maybe that way? What's this way? What am I staring at this way? Something I can't reach. I've already been down there. I've already been down there. If you somehow have the ability to donate $23 million to me, then I will do a lot of things that I otherwise wouldn't do. Because I am a financial whore. However, otherwise, no. I don't know, I'm trying to get there. It looks like it's down a level and the direction I'm facing. Look, I got principles and all, but I've also got a niece I'd like to put through college, you know what I mean? Alright, let's go back down the secret way. What I missed? Oh, for God's sakes! Why would it be, Dream Whisperer? Okay, so now it wants me to see straight over there, that platform. Do you know how I get to there? Movies have been increasing in length on average, yes, that is a true thing. Okay, so down. Alright, whatever. Down then, as they say. Now, whether films being longer or shorter is a good or bad thing, well, who knows? I should probably mention... Oh my god. How did I miss these? I literally went through this room. That, if you've paid attention to any of my discussions about game design, you know that the length is not the part that matters. Juvenile joke, we're walking. It is entirely what the movie does with its runtime. To use a modern example, I think Infinity War uses its runtime exceptionally well, with only, I'd say, 2 exceptions. There is some padding in Infinity War, I'm not trying to say there isn't. But still, I didn't get bored throughout pretty much all, 2.5 hours or whatever that was. I do like MCU films, yes. Although I've completely fallen out of the Phase 4 stuff, and it's kind of hard to describe why. I just have. I mean, that's not true. There's actually a couple things I can think of that are worse than those. That's not true, Baron. I loved Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon because it was denser than other Far Cries are. Okay, he says to go this way. Sorry, I really don't want people to be literally spreading misinformation. There we go. Is that it? Nope, I'm still missing a dude somewhere. Yeah, Phase 4 shows I'm actually interested in them. Except Loki, I have no real interest in that. Up to the cannon, okay. But the movies, I mean, like Pax and I were talking about this just the other day. How many... Oh, how did I miss... Oh, I know how I missed that. I missed that because I was going for the cannon. How many movies in Phase 4 have you been like, yeah! Like, just knock it out of the park?
Hello, Spyro.
Nicely done.
I'll be done when I've toasted that nasty Nork.
Okay. Let's head this way. And then go back right up where we were. But that's sort of my overall point. Even the really rough Phase 2 had a few films that were just like, yeah! Now, of course, opinions vary and blah, 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 blah. But for me, I look at Phase 4 and I'm like... I will also admit I saw Strange 2 and I kind of hated it. So... that didn't help my opinion any. Where is he? He's like over here or something. There he is. I swear I didn't mean that to come out as soon as you said you liked Doctor Strange. I meant that as a disconnected fact, because I've only seen a few movies in Phase 2. And that was one of them, and that just kind of soured me on the whole thing. That's all I was trying to say. Sorry, Pillars of Snow. Don't hate me, please. I mean, I guess you can if you want to.
Well done. Nasty's world is not the friendliest place you'll ever find. Are you ready to go?
So, we have an entire new world and a bonus level to go through. And it's already 20 minutes after I was supposed to cut off for the night. Ugh. So hang on a second. This is frustrating. Sorry, 3 worlds? 3 worlds? Oh, levels. Oh, thank God. Shit. Give me a heart attack there. When did this game suddenly grow? Off camera. Yeah, I was gonna say, if there's 3 whole new worlds, holy crap. Well, see, the thing is, hang on. I gotta figure out some scheduling stuff because I hate the holidays. I'm just gonna say it that way. I'm actually talking with my sister right now. Figure out when things are happening tomorrow.
Edolith?
Nope. Thanks for nearly getting me killed, though, buddy. Okay, I have negotiated with my sister. We're going to go ahead and stream tomorrow morning.
Hey, didn't I already free you?
You're in Nasty's world now, Spyro. And you are the dragon that must defeat him.
Bring him on!
As opposed to the painter?
Reach the exit in each of Nasty's lands. Then you can challenge the Nork himself.
Okay, so yes, we will be streaming tomorrow morning. Okay. Hang on. So tomorrow, 10 a.m., yada yada yada. And let me update the HUD really quick, for anybody curious. And that's where we're at. So, I'm going to bed.